Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial. My name is Akemi-chan, and this term I'm going to try something just a little different. It's gonna be another pinup piece. I'm gonna paint Amber from Genji Impact. For this piece I'm thinking I want to try painting a bit more less with less layers. So we're going to, I'm gonna approach this a little bit different, not too much, and I'm not actually sure how it will turn out. So the plan here is to gonna aim for a more painterly style and use the least layer that I can. Let me just copy step here. So yeah, for the background, let's start off with a blue background actually, because I'm trying to think. Amber's main color theme is red, so something cool toned for the background would probably look good to contrast her theme. Maybe a bit of turquoise. I'm not sure actually. I might even end up using a stock image after. Let's go with this color for now. I'm gonna see if I can make this a little, just try to approach this slightly differently and see how that works. So this is the sketch I have. Lower the opacity. So I'm going to approach this without using the lasso tool for now. I'm gonna try directly paint on the skin tone onto the layer. Actually, this used to be kind of how I used to paint. Something similar to this where I don't really use the lasso tool. And as you can see, I suppose the main advantage of doing it this way is that it creates a, oh god, here I go again. I was gonna use the lasso tool. It does create a nice painterly look and it feels kind of blended into the background almost. I guess it's more abstract this way, you could say. Just gonna go ahead and try to block it in without using the lasso tool. Let's see. Let's go ahead and add a bit of lighting coming from the bottom here. I'm just not used to this, but let's try something new. Just blocking in her red stocking. I think I will go back to clean it up afterwards. And then, you know what? I'm gonna use a bit of the lasso tool. Just to at least make it a little bit faster and cleaner. If not, then it's gonna be really messy. Just filling out. I'm going to try to include a bit of the background color in as I paint her. Got the bikini. I was going for the as much skin showing as possible, pinup style. Also just to simplify her design a bit for this tutorial. The bra going, use a bit of yellow in there and then a bright white color. I'm gonna go ahead, add some highlight on the chest. Let's go for this color for now. So she's got a hoodie on. Skin tone here. I think I will paint the head on a separate layer just to make it a bit easier to edit that way. Everything else I'm gonna see if I can paint it on the original layer that I started off with, except for the hair. I mean for the head, right? Gonna quickly, using the lasso tool, just can't stop using it, it's just too useful, blocking in the hair. Get the ribbon, and then the rest of the hair. Just going to go ahead and line it according to my sketch. Oh, whoops. Create another layer for the hair. Okay. And then I'm gonna go ahead, line the underwear. Have the bottom be a bit more blended into the background. Going back here, gonna select a bit of a darker beige tone, bring it a little darker. And here too, just gonna select here. I know there's gonna be shadow here for sure. Use the lasso tool. Bring some of the highlight up there down to the leg. And continue to shade that. So right now, as you can see, it's a little abstract looking, let's just say. It's not how I usually approach things. So I'm gonna try to see if I can slowly clean up the silhouette, as it is not 100% filled in, but I can at least kind of clean up the loose pixels around. Hopefully it will look kind of painterly but not messy. There. Let's go ahead, reveal the sketch a bit more so that I can so I know where to add the shadow. Just gonna select contouring that breast there, add a bit of shadow underneath it. Here, add a bit of highlight on the bottom. And then just gonna select underneath and shade that. I'm gonna try to blend it in a bit. Same with here actually. Let's add a bit of shadow. Kinda want this chest to not have too much shadow underneath it. Just gonna blend that in. This is the rib. I'm gonna go ahead, use a dark color just to mark what's going on here with the rib cage and all. Take a bit of the blue and blend it into the skin as I go along. use the lasso tool to make it easier. Just fill that in. Go here, put that in. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of highlight here. Take the shadow here, add a bit of indentation to where the hip bone is. Like that. So I'm mainly using the airbrush, and the brush is similar to that. For here, the leg, I'm gonna go ahead and fix that a bit. Fix the silhouette. And her stocking, I'm going to make it a bit more vibrant. And also reduce the curvature a bit. Okay, I might need to edit the posture a bit too, actually. Now for the hoodie, just selecting those areas where it's gonna be, where the highlight is gonna be, and as well as just filling stuff in. And I'm also gonna, in the meantime, select some of these areas. Maybe a bit here. So just selecting those areas where I think a bit more shadow could be added. So remove the lines, Control Shift C, which is to copy everything. Control Shift V to paste in place. Adjustment, brightness. Actually, or maybe it should be brighter. Can try a bunch of stuff. Just gonna make it slightly darker. There. Add a bit of shadow underneath the head. Okay, that should do it, I think. Going back to the background. Change the background so it's a bit more vibrant. I'm going to flip this. Okay. Going to reduce the head size a bit. And in the meantime, I'm going to play around with the flow of the hair behind her, see what we can come up with maybe. And then I'm going to play around with the composition actually. Let me see how, maybe I'm just trying to see it, which angle looks better. Actually, or tilted. I'm actually not too sure. I'm going to actually bring the hips in here. take that part of the hip, move it over. Just going to edit this a bit. Just gonna create a layer in the back so I can fill in and then paint over again. Kind of want this to be slightly, I want it to be slightly foreshortened. That means I'm gonna have to take this whole part and make it a bit more curved. I think that looks a bit more foreshortened. Maybe can have this leg tilt this way. Hold on. Kind of try to figure out something to see which position would flow a bit better. I'm also going to play around with this part. Maybe bring it down like that, and then for this sleeve to go this way maybe. And of course she's got sleeve design here, which is brown with gold. Let me just go ahead and apply the basic design. And then for the chest part, going to line that and then refine it a bit. This part needs to be curved. Contour the chest a bit better that way. And make it a little tight on her. Same for this one. This one it won't show the silhouette as much. Just going to select around that chest, add a bit of shadow. I'm gonna take this color that I applied on this side, put a bit of it on this side as well. Put it on the other side as well. Select the bit of that area, add a bit of background color in it, add a bit of highlight, continue to refine. I'm just going to add a bit more shadow. And onto this side, not really sure what color. I'm gonna try a bit of this color, kind of a more yellow tone highlight, and using the airbrush to apply apply this. I'm gonna use a bit of this grayish, bluish tone. Add it there. Kind of going with the flow. Since this side already has that bluish, grayish highlight, I'm just going to be consistent and kind of use it throughout. So now that that's done, delete, clean up the silhouette a bit. I'm going to auto contrast. Oh, really? Okay. Guess nothing really changed. I'm going to duplicate layer, merge down. I duplicated it because my layer didn't have, well, some of the areas didn't have 100% opacity because I was using airbrush. So I had to duplicate the layer to get the colors a bit more solid. And then I can go in to clean up some of the areas. Hold on. There. That's better. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead, paint the sleeve now. Actually, I won't paint the sleeve. Let me see what I can do with the face. Let's go ahead, add a bit of highlight. So I am going in with a lighter color. I am trying to kind of sketch out where the light source would be on the hair. The hair is actually a bit darker. I think I made it a bit too pale. Just going in with the lasso tool again, and at this time I'm going to be making the hair really dark. I need to increase the canvas, it's a bit too small. Alright, so I resized it, made it a bit bigger. So now I won't feel the need to zoom in to paint. Also, it's good to have a big enough canvas so that you can be a bit rougher up close, and then you can resize your image, and then hopefully if everything goes right, you'll be able to make your piece look a lot cleaner once you zoom out. So how do you know what size canvas you need? That is really personal preference, but I always say if you feel the need to zoom in when you paint, your canvas is too small. So just keep resizing up until you feel like you don't need to zoom in when you paint. The optimal resolution when you paint is at 100% for details. And if you feel like you need to zoom in for details, then size up the canvas, make it a little bigger. So I think this is a good size. But definitely I think the standard, I think a minimum requirement at least would be 1000 pixel at the minimum size for painting. Okay, now trying to remember how I had the head. I have it like that. Just kind of playing around with the position of the hair and the head. go with that for now. I'm not really sure. I just want to try to see if I can be a bit more rough with my pieces. Well, at least for this one, see how it goes. So for the face, recently I've started to have the hair on a separate layer actually than the face. There's a advantage of doing that is just a bit easier to edit stuff and fix things. So I suppose I will have these 4 layers. Let's see if I can keep only 4 layers. So once I have the separated, I have the hair and face separated, going in. I'm going to be using some of the color. Some of the color that is already there from the skin tone down here. Use it up on the face. I'm going to add a bit of highlight on upper portion of this hood. Just kind of checking up on the concept, the original concept. Make sure I got it right. Let me try using this brush right here. I used to use this brush a lot. It's called, well, my teacher called it chalk brush, and I just call it chalk brush too. It's just a brush that has a square shape. Like that. Hopefully make it look a little bit more painterly. And just going to sketch on it, and let's see, gonna use a bit of the lasso tool to help me keep it a little clean. Let's go ahead here, add a bit of shadow. Oh, it is a bit messy, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna go with the chalk brush without the texture and see how that goes. Oh, this one is slightly different. It has a setting where as you paint, it kind of has randomized color between the 2 swatches that you have, and that option is the color dynamic. Kind of messes up with your color choices. So once you turn off color dynamics, you won't have to deal with that. This brush has always been pretty good when it comes to painting with a bit of a painterly look to it. I used to use this brush quite a bit. So let's go back to it and see what I can do. As you can see, you can definitely see the brush stroke with this one. It's not a brush you use to make ultra refined pieces. It's good for, you know, more stylized, painterly look. I think each Photoshop brush has its own unique charms, and this one it's got a nice painterly look to it. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'm just going to add a bit of highlight around the sleeve using the lasso tool. I'm going to apply a bit of highlight here. This is the neck. And oh, hold on. Not sure what I did there. I'm going to lasso the chest area here and just kind of refine it a bit. Going back to the neck. of shadow there, highlight here. And of course, add back the hood. I'm gonna have to go back to the airbrush for the skin so that I can keep the skin looking nice and blended. And the rest of her, such as the clothing, I'm gonna see if I can maintain the more painted look. Going back to the chalk brush here. Just going to line the... oh, hold on. Turn off the color dynamics. I'm gonna lock this option so that once I turn it off, it's going to remember that setting for all my brushes. Just gonna add some detail to the bikini. So I flipped the canvas. I'm going to just continue. I'm gonna zoom in for the bra actually, so that I can add the details that I want. So it is basically a cool tone so far. I'm gonna be slowly introducing a bit of yellow. And I'm gonna layer the yellow on the bottom here. Using the blue as a shadow so I can add some thickness to the bikini fabric here. Add a couple of stretch marks towards the area where the fabric is being pulled. Actually, going here. Add a bit of yellow tint. Oh, actually I'm just gonna select the background. Use a bit of, actually you know what, I'm gonna use a bit of the, oh actually no, that's not where I want it to go. This way. So I'm going to keep the highlight towards the bottom, shadow on top. Okay, I'm gonna figure out where her nipple is. So it's there. So this one should be around here, hopefully. Hopefully. And continue on with adding the clothing folds. That's done. I'm gonna go back to standard airbrush so that I can blend in the skin better this way. Lasso to help me. I'm going to take a bit of this color. Using the lasso tool, keep it nice and clean and blend in this bigger brush stroke. Just continue to clean this up. I might change the lighting for the chest for that area. Take a bit of this shadow here, just going to put that underneath the strap here, just a bit of implied shadow. Let's go ahead and blend the rest of this area in. Gonna take this whole part, Control C, Control Shift V, Control T and warp. Just trying little more organic looking. I'm gonna take this whole part, same business, Control C, Control Shift V to paste, Control T. Oh no, I didn't get it. Okay, Control Shift C, Control Shift V, Control T, warp, so that I can kind of get that, warp it a little bit towards the right, where her chest is kind of like flung to. And using the lasso tool, just going to help me isolate the area while I paint. And add a bit of highlight here, add a bit of highlight down here. Same for the rest. Continue to refine it a bit more. There. Also, I'm gonna go here. Gonna go ahead and add that indentation from the skin. From the skin and the strap here. Just going to blend that in a bit. Select underneath that shadow now. Apply a bit of shadow of the strap. And render out the rest of the strap. Gonna add a bit of shadow from the strap here so it feels like it's digging into her skin a bit. It's okay, don't worry about the comfort. Worry about the aesthetics. I just like to paint a lot of squish, so just trying to have the chest being squished by the strap, and just going to gradually blend it in. Blend, blend, blend. Gonna add a bit of shadow there. I'm trying not to add as much definition for this chest because I want it to feel like it's flying up. Now, I'm trying. I don't know if it will translate well. I think I might have to do a third pass here. Actually, hold on, let me kind of add the nipple impression on the bikini. That kind of indicates the direction in which this side is swinging towards. Just kind of trying to make sure it's communicating the right direction. Let me see here. Let me try to reduce the highlight up here. Actually, hold on. I still have much to learn when it comes to chest. Getting there. Hold on, sorry about that. Let me turn off my phone ringtone. My apologies. Usually when I do voiceover, I don't get texts. Okay, so just kind of trying to see, you know, what type, in which way would it look good. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow. I mean, highlight here. See how that looks. After I do that, I'm going to select the whole chest on this side, copy, Control Shift C to copy everything, Control Shift V to paste in place, Control T to transform and warp that. And I'm just going to move it, drag it a bit more, you know, so that we get the point that we get the point a bit more. There. I think that looks a little better. Flip. Yeah, I think this is communicating. I mean, it is definitely communicating where it's kind of flopping towards. Well, actually, this version isn't too bad either. Maybe I can do a little bit of both. Take this whole part and Control T. Just going to warp it, make it a little rounder, and then I will kind of erase it to blend it in. So this is after. There. So this is what we have here. Okay. Using my lasso tool, the trusty lasso tool, going back to the hoodie part of her outfit. Don't think there's too much to say, except other than I'm gonna try to render this out a bit more. I'm not sure if I want to keep it, you know, this painterly, but let's see where it goes. So I don't know, I kind of had in mind that I was going to be a bit rougher with the clothing, and then for the skin I would render it out a bit more. So just going on ahead to render out the clothing in a more rough way using the chalk brush. So yeah, as you can see, it's definitely a lot rougher. Also using the lasso tool to help me here a bit. I'm actually not too sure what I'm doing. I'm hoping that this would turn out okay. Just adding some highlight on the bottom. Just kind of hoping that I can shape the what's it called, folds properly with this brush. As you can see, it's definitely rough. Okay, let's see here. While I'm at it, I'm going to be cleaning stuff up too. Let's go here. Make it darker. That's the shadow portion, drop down shadow from the cuff here, and of course we have the brown portion of her sleeve. So I got the mid-tone, the highlight, and then last but not least the shadow, which I'm going to be placing in between here and then blending it in. Okay, actually the design has a bit of this sort of design. Just gonna go ahead and put that in, and then have the sleeve all the way around. There. Oh, actually I might need to, hold on. Okay, needs adjustment. I'm going to select this whole part and resize it appropriately. It's a bit more thinner towards the end there, and then a bit bigger towards the front. I guess towards the back if you're looking at it this way. And just fill the rest in. Gonna go ahead and paint her elbow. She's wearing like a dark undershirt, I think. There we go. I'm gonna add a bit of rim light here too. Oh, it's a little weird rendering with this brush. Kind of have a urge to go back to my usual rendering style. Actually, I think I'll do a bit of both. Going back to the airbrush mode, I'm gonna go ahead and blend this out a bit. Add a bit of the background color here. Just going to graze it along the cloth. Might be a bit, might not work out actually, because it just ends up looking a little muddy. So I'm going to use it sparingly. Just have a bit of blue every here and then. So that's that for the hoodie part, at least for this side. Go back to the skin, because it has to have a bit of drop down shadow from the hoodie on top of the skin. Go here, add a bit of shadow, add a bit of highlight. Let's see if I can add a bit of seam here. So we have the seam. Actually, hold on. Let's put the seam here. And then there we go. And the rest of the seam here. And just going to slowly render this out using the airbrush. I'm gonna try to make it look a little painterly by doing little brush strokes. Okay. Go back to the skin now. Gonna add a bit of shadow towards the silhouette of the that part, skin silhouette. Oh, whoops. Okay, continue to add that shadow around. I'm just testing out to see if it will be better to have the shadow there. Zoom in here. And hold on. Bring the rib. Make the rib shadow a bit more prominent. And for this part, let's go ahead and Add the shadow towards the silhouette. Blend that in. So right now I'm not really adding too much highlight. Gonna see what I can do later on. Gonna make this a bit cleaner. And then last but not least, the leg portion. Bring the color down, same color. Now that I have that done, I'm gonna go ahead and actually, hold on. I'm gonna create a new layer. What is this? Alt press to constrain it down. Gonna go ahead, apply a bit of the blue from the background along this side. On the skin, I'm going to make the blue a bit more brighter so that it stands out on the skin tone a bit more. And just going to contour the skin here. Actually, I'm just testing it out. I'm going to... Okay. Actually, just testing out. I think a little brighter looks better. Okay. And going to auto contrast again. Nothing happened. Photoshop is telling me that the contrast of this piece is optimal. Okay, now onto the crotch area. I'm gonna try to get a bit of that done. So actually first finish the belly button. I always usually I do my belly buttons like this. Just contour the belly button and then add the shadow on this side and gradually blend that in. Add a bit of shadow on the inner area. And then the rest is just blend, blend, blend. I'm gonna go ahead, add a bit of definition along this side. Blend that in. It's very airbrushy right now. I'm gonna select the belly button, paste. Sorry, copy belly button, paste, bring the belly button up a bit. After I have the belly button, now I can properly do the underwear. So I can properly align the underwear. There, it's in the proper position. And just go ahead and line the rest of the undie. Okay. Gonna select a bit of this color, pale color, towards the bottom. And then of course have the shadow here. Actually, add a bit of shadow there. And around the leg, I'm gonna try to line it with a bit of shadow, see how that looks. So this is purely just experimenting here. That's not too bad. Rotate again. Just trying to see how it's looking. Okay, just cleaning up the underwear and making sure that the belly button is following the belly button. It's gonna be towards the center of the underwear and leading down to the crotch. Just trying to make sure it is aligned properly. Now onto the leg. The leg is going to be squish, 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 squish. Right against the hip and the underwear. And while I'm at it, just blending that in. Zoom in here. I'm going to line it with a shadow. Very thin shadow, blend that in. And then on the other side, just add a tiny bit of shadow too. Okay, now I'm gonna try to paint the butt a bit. A bit of indentation here. This is where the leg and the butt is here, so usually there's a tiny bit of shadow here. Just refining the silhouette. Cleaning it up while I'm at it. Okay. Merge down. Take this whole part, warp it downward. Like that. Still trying to see if I can make it a bit more foreshortened looking, so it's gonna be very curved towards the center here. Okay. Let's go ahead, fix the silhouette for her boot here. It's actually shaped like this a bit more. And as for the red stocking, have the highlight towards the center. There we go. Continue to refine the leg. Okay, I think this is a little bit better. It's communicating the foreshortened look a bit more. It's definitely a lot curvier than this side. Going to go ahead, make the red stocking a little brighter on this side, because this leg is definitely in shadow. Use this color, actually this color, from the other side. Okay, I have to change the direction in which the boot is on this side. It's actually tilting more towards the bottom, towards this side, and then the silhouette is higher up here. Go ahead and clean that up. So that's done. I'm actually gonna try to copy that part and make it a little darker. Erase that. actually going to make this part. Nope, hold on. Let's make this part a little more reddish, a bit warmer. There. Okay. Auto contrast, nothing changed. Again. Darken. I'm going to make this part a bit darker. And then in here, add a little rim light. And then select the other side. Going to multiply to add a bit more shadow. Okay. Now, I'm going to add a bit more highlight in some of these areas. Trying to figure out where though. So this is where the shadow will be, or the chest. Maybe something like this. Don't mind me, I'm just experimenting a little. Maybe a bit of the hip over here, catching a little bit of highlight. And this part, this whole leg part. No wait, maybe this whole leg. Okay, let's see how that looks. So copy, Control C, Control Shift V. Lighten. Adjustment, color balance. Highlight. Making it a little bit shinier. A bit more towards the Dodge variety. As you can see. It's definitely not a... It's a bit more colorful highlight. Flip. Okay, I kind of like that. Time to clean up the highlight. So I flipped the image again. So yeah, zoom in here. There's a few things I think needs to be cleaned up a bit. Gonna go ahead and start refining that highlight that I just created. Going to select the bottom of the bra and add some shadow here. Gonna add a bit of highlight here. Like that. Now for this portion, so I'm going to continue the highlight a bit downward and then use the erase tool. I'm going to erase a bit of this. And okay, so this is where the shadow is for this part of the chest. Just going to select a bit more areas here. Bring up the highlight. Erase a bit. And kind of erase part of that. Keep it subtle. Actually, you know what? Maybe erase a bit more of it here too. Now for the chest part. Gonna erase the bottom of the bra. Erase a bit of this area. And this area too. Just going to, oh no, actually no. I prefer it this way, where it's a little sharper and not blended fully. Alright. So I rendered it a little bit, clean it up a bit. Just to speed things up. Let's move down here now. Just trying to decide whether to keep certain areas sharp or should I blend it in. So I'm just kind of thinking that while I'm doing this. Let's add a bit of this on this side here. Let's blend this part. See how that looks? Okay, it's not bad. Use the lasso tool. I'm just going to bring the shadow inward a bit here, and then take a bit of this and then add it on this side. Same with the red stocking. I'm just adding some fold detail, or yes, fold detail on the fabric so that it's not flat. I mean, so that the separation of the highlight and shadow isn't a straight line like this. And same here, I'm going to attempt to add some small, what's it called, just some texture. Okay, now that that's done, let's go ahead here. Just add a tiny bit of shadow. Line the stocking separating the skin. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and add a seam actually on the stocking. And add a bit of wrinkles to it too. With a darker color, add a few pressure lines, and towards the bottom, just using the highlight in the bottom area, bring it up, bring it up, add a bit of shadow here. Just gives it a bit more detail. Gonna blend this in a bit more. Okay, I think that's good. Now onto this side. It's acceptable for now. So for the hip area, gonna keep this side nice and sharp and this area a bit more blended in. Same for here. Okay, extend the shadow over a bit. Use a slightly darker color. Trying to see if this works. I might have to not use the... might have to edit this side. Maybe I could do something like this. Trying to see if I can make the shadow on this leg a little interesting, so go ahead, use the airbrush. Nope, undo that. Blend this part using a bit of a more bright color. Looks very airbrushed. Let me remove that. So this is the shadow. Okay. And this being shadow, and then this part is in highlight. Let's go ahead and try to add some wrinkles from the stocking. So this shadow is casted by this leg. I'm not sure how that makes sense, but hopefully it makes sense. I'm going to highlight this leg a bit with the blue. Then here, add the shadow. Gonna keep it warm shadow, and just kind of blend that in. So the bottom area is gonna be where there's gonna be highlight. The mid area of the bikini will be shadow. So shadow in the middle. Here will be, it's gonna be highlight. So using a bright color, add the highlight. And just gonna attempt to add some thickness to the bikini by lining it. So when it comes to lining, think of it the same way as we did for the bikini. So we have the bottom area of the hem of the bikini is gonna be highlight. The top will be in shadow. Let me just blend this in and blend that in. Gonna take a bit of the blue and have it slightly on the upper area of the hem. Same for here. Just gonna make it more subtle. So we have blue, shadow, and then the highlight color. Let me just refine this. I know that this leg is kind of overlapping the hip over here. Let me just copy this whole part. Copy, paste. Just overlapping it a bit more. Gonna use the red color for shadow near the crotch area. Don't want to make the shadow around the crotch area like a dull shadow, because it's gonna look like here. It's gonna look like 5 o'clock shadow down there. Keeping it nice and colorful. Bring the shadow over here a bit. And in general, just blend it in a bit more. Merge down. Use my lasso tool, select this area a bit. And I'm gonna see something. I'm gonna actually know this color. Add a bit of highlight towards this area actually. Trying to see how that looks. That's not too bad actually. And while I'm at it, just adding some fabric fold lines towards each side of where the strap is coming from. Copy this whole part. Just going to make it a little thinner. Bring this in a bit more. Okay, and I'm gonna, hopefully this makes sense, add a bit of shadow here. This is where the leg is folded. Okay, so it's a bit more obvious what's going on now. The leg is folded this way. There. Okay, let's clean this up. This part up. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. Now rotate again. Okay. Let's work on the red stocking. I'm gonna see actually if I can add a bit of the blue here. Actually, let's add the red on the bottom and then have the blue on top. Add a bit more blue. Same for here. Select the top and add the blue tint towards the top here. Let's see, select a highlight for the red stocking, apply that, clean this up. Definitely looks a lot more dynamic, that's for sure. Just gonna fix the highlight over here a bit where the chest is supposed to be. Add a bit more shadow underneath that chest part. Just extending the highlight over here to really emphasize the rib cage here. And I'm gonna add add a tiny bit of highlight in some of these shaded area. Add a bit of shadow, lining the stomach definition, stomach muscle definition. There. Okay. Maybe extend this over a bit more. Okay, I think that's a good progress for the highlight. Now for the clothing. Definitely need to work on the clothing. So I'm going to start rendering the clothing a little bit more with the airbrush because it's just a little bit easier to get everything blended and stuff. So I'm going to be adding highlight based on the highlight of the body and applying it to her clothing as well. And since I already have kind of a guide going on of what color is kind of there for the red portion on the bottom, I'm just gonna apply that color, same color palette on the sleeve as well. So yeah, hopefully it will work out. Let's go ahead, start adding a bit of highlight. Oh, I don't think maybe this is not the right look. Not sure. Should actually, let's make this a little darker. Add the cool tone on the sleeve. So I'm going to try to think where the highlight is supposed to be here. So it's mostly towards this side. And we have the blue here. Add shadow here. Let's say this arm is casting a little bit of shadow on the hood here. This is the inside of the hood. Copy that part, make it dark. And I'm just going to erase it slightly. Okay, so this side I think is mostly okay. Maybe it could use a bit of shadow in this area. Go ahead, add a bit more highlight in these areas. And as for the neck, I'm just gonna try to blend it in a bit more. Let me erase parts of this. I think I'm going to erase a bit of that. Okay. Merge down. Auto contrast. Actually, I want to auto contrast down here a bit. Let me contrast a bit. Make it a little more intense here. Okay. now comes the difficult part, the face. Rotate a bit more. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep the background pretty simple. See, just adding a bit of white to the background, like clouds. I'm going to make the background a little better looking after. Now I'm just trying to get the basic color going. Okay, I'm really not looking forward to the face, but let's do it. I mean, I've been practicing anime faces for this whole month, so hopefully I can get somewhere. Gonna find a very, very, very close-up shot of her face, and I'm gonna try to implement that. Alright, let's do these. I've been trying to kind of render a bit of the skin a bit before I moved on to the face, because I'm feeling a little nervous about the face because not sure. The face is always something that I really need to nail. Something that's super important, probably the most important. The second thing that's really important is the body, the anatomy, and then the rest of the composition. But the face is definitely the most important thing, so to me. So I just have to nail it. I have to get it right, you know. But anyways, let's do these. So typically I will make another layer and I'm gonna sketch out the face. Gonna try to make it, actually maybe I should do my own eyes. Just trying to look at how her eyes is drawn. So I'm going to flip it onto the other side. Good thing about having it on a second layer is that I can move it around, because for sure there's gonna be a lot of moving around before I get it. And also, good thing I have the hair on a separate layer, because then I can focus on kind of playing around with the face, making sure that it is in a good spot. So I am going to try to again do the anime looking shading for the face. It's a little tricky, you know. I'm very much not used to it. So, I mean, I've done it in the past, but each time, since I'm more used to semi-realism, it is a challenge. Because one wrong move and your anime style looks completely awkward and does not look anime. It's a um, very thin line to get it right. Otherwise, it'll just look awkward. Yeah, that looks awkward, alright. Okay, let's see. Maybe move the eyes over like this. Make the eyes a bit smaller. Oops. Hold on. Definitely need to be a little bit lower. Okay, now I'm going to flip it. Work on the face a bit. And fix the eyes. Going to fix the eye shape a bit. Let's see. I'm gonna try to change the shape of the eyes a bit. So basically what I'm trying to do is get the shape right, and then I will render it out a bit better. But right now I need the face to look right. Let's move the nose down here a bit. Well, the highlight of the nose. Let's move here. I'm just gonna be using the color that I've already gotten from the body and applying it to the face. So we got the pointy nose look. Get a bit of highlight here. And then we have the shadow down here. Let's see if I can do a little look up here. Let me see. Merge down. Let's kind of move this eye. Move the eyes around a bit. See what looks good. The hair definitely, this hair at least, needs to be a lot lower. Like around here maybe. And you have the parting of the hair, and then we have the bangs covering her cheeks mostly. Just gonna go ahead and line that. Also the face, I'm thinking, you know, needs to be a tad longer. Once the face is longer, the hair needs to be bigger too, because because the forehead usually anime style. I'm aiming to make the forehead just a little bit bigger. That's just a bit, gives it a bit more of that anime style. It really depends what kind of style you're aiming for, but the typical anime style. Okay, it's getting there. But yeah, you can see that I started off with something not very anime. Now it's starting to look a little bit more like it, but still needs work. Okay, maybe... Okay, I'm gonna merge down the face using the warp tool. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's... I just kind of warp it a little, maybe make the face a little longer. Gonna fill in these empty areas. There we go. And adjustment brightness contrast, make the contrast a little bit more intense here. Zoom in here onto the lips. So there's a few ways to approach the lips. For now, I'm gonna stick with the classic lower lip look, no upper lid, really, because typically you don't really see lips too much. So I'm just gonna go with the lower lip for now. And there's a few shapes that I've been going towards. There's the triangular shape, or you got the classic, what's it called, the classic cute smile look. So it's like a cute smile and then it's like flat here, and then there's another smile there. There's many anime shaped mouth. Let's go with that for now. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Her face needs some intensity, so I'm thinking that the shadow of the nose is gonna go this way. So you have the highlight of the tip here for the nose, then the shadow. Have to be very careful because like I said, one wrong move and the style does not look anime at all, and it's gonna look awkward, which I feel like I still need to work on, because you know, it's kind of easy to tell if the artist is an anime artist or not just purely by their style. It's, I don't know how to explain it. It's just if it looks awkward, then it's very easy to make anime style look awkward. If you're not used to it, of course. I mean, I'm definitely not that used to it, so just here and there, kind of refine it, merge down once I'm kind of happy with it. And I can also try to make the mouth a little smaller, because you know, maybe not that small. And gonna create another layer on top, constrain it down by pressing Alt. Oh, hold on. Alright guys, so I'm going to try to take you guys through another 30 minutes of rendering on the face. And then I'm going to do a bit of refining off camera to speed things up, and then we're gonna finish things up. So yeah, because I'm sure I'm gonna get some of you requesting how I did the face. But yeah, I used a lot of reference actually for this, for anime style in particular. Like I look up real legit anime artists, look at how they do things, shade things, and kind of apply it to my own style a little. That's how I kind of figured out how to shade certain areas of the face. So a lot of this is by using referencing other, you know, better anime artists and seeing how they do things. And then trying to see, okay, what can I bring to my own style so that it's not like copying. Okay, so first thing I figured is exaggerate the eye shape a little, add a bit more detail, and make sure the hair is slightly transparent near the eyes area, because usually you can kind of see through the hair when it comes to anime style. I still do my thing with the whole waterline, so still the waterline, and then I still keep the bottom lashes that I always do. So just gonna go ahead and do the bottom lashes. Try to clean up the eyebrows and the double eyelid. The eyelid itself is kind of challenging sometimes. I'm gonna have to use a warm color for the eyelid to keep it nice and warm and not of a darker, more dull dark shadow, especially for the face. Usually I try to make most of the shadow on the face warm toned. So for the eye shape, I'm gonna go ahead and do this a bit. Usually I don't do tear duct for anime style. For this at least. Sometimes I do, depending on what style, but for this I think it's okay to not do. And another thing I notice is that the eyes usually finish like that. I'm not sure. Let me just let me make this a bit more square, like that. Maybe like this. I'm just looking back and forth. Maybe her eyebrows need to be less angry too, actually. Copy. Let me just copy the eyebrows and then warp it in a way to make her not so mad looking. Or determined, I guess you could say. And as for the inside of the eyes, it's actually a little trickier. So I typically look at how the actual character's eyes look. I try to emulate that a bit. It's looking a little awkward. I have to figure something out here. Let me make it more oval. Okay, she looks a little cross-eyed. Gotta fix that a bit. Okay, I'm going to hold on. Bring up the lower lid up a bit. Same with this side. what I'll do is I'm gonna copy the eyes and kind of play around with them pretty much. Just kind of warp it a little. Maybe it needs to be slightly smaller. Maybe drag it up a little, you know. But this is kind of hard to explain because it's all personal preference. Basically, I'm just trying to get it to a point. The issue with here is that to me, it looks a little awkward. So I'm in the process of playing around with perhaps warping it slightly to see if I can get it to a point where I think it's looking good. Maybe like this. Okay. Gonna use a bit of this color, bring it up here onto the forehead, airbrush everything, blend everything in. And softly there. Maybe I can add a bit of highlight here. But I also want to make sure that the shadow of the hair on the face is implied. There. Let me go ahead, select the mouth, and add a bit more shadow to the mouth, pretty much. Okay, I think it's getting there. I'm going to flip. Let's take a look. Okay. Let me see if I can fix the eyes a bit more, or so refine it a bit more. Okay, and also for the eyes, I want her to be looking at the audience a bit more, so probably play around with the eyes a bit more to make her look at the audience. Yeah, this is slightly better. Still needs work, but I think I'm going to merge everything down now. Can go ahead and actually, perhaps the reason why it's weird is because of the hair. Let me bring the head over a bit. Go to the body layer and render out the neck a bit. Bring it down, maybe. Yeah, I think it looks better a little bit lower like this. Kinda like that. Go back to the face, add a tiny bit of highlight where the chin is. Now, time to differentiate the face tone a bit. I'm going to add somewhat of a duller color in some of these areas. And then add a bit more of a colorful highlight. Near the side. And then have the tip of her face here near the nose a bit brighter, as well as these areas, I think. Let me try that out. Go ahead and make it a little brighter. Yeah, I think it's a little better this way. Testing out like how bright I can go without it looking too weird. Just going to gradually blend it in. Yeah, I think that actually doesn't look too bad. Okay, I'm gonna keep it. So this is adding some more highlight. I'm gonna go ahead and might be a bit too bright. Gonna go ahead, render out the eyes a bit more by refining the lower lid, as well as blending in the whites of the eyes. Also, I'm gonna add a bit of blue to the eyes here. Just makes the eyes look a little glossy, although I do have to say though, it should be done in moderation, and also sometimes it might not look so good. As you can see, always have to kind of keep an eye on the smaller preview, because you won't be able to really tell how it will look, how the vibe is gonna be zoomed in. Your painting zoomed in, you can't see, so you gotta look at the small preview and see if it looks weird. You know, sometimes it'll look weird. At least personal preference, that's how I find. Add a bit more shadow. I'm just doing a few things that I see on the art, the official character design. Like, this is some of the elements that her eyes have. There, add a bit more eyelid. Okay, I think it's getting there. But yeah, this is roughly just keep layering on the anime eyes, refining. As you can see, still a little rough, but it's getting there. Also, another thing that I can do is kind of make the, what's it called, the eyeliner like a little paler. Gonna go ahead and add a bit more lower lashes. Really contour her bottom waterline. Add a bit of highlight underneath her eyelid. Blend it in. And for the mouth, even have a bit of highlight too, actually, especially the top lip. Have a bit of highlight on the top lip, then the lower lip is where the shadow is. I'm training to one day make my own anime figure. think this is boot camp for that. Okay, I think maybe, yeah, this lip needs to be go up a bit. Maybe this one going a bit lower. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then I'm just going to try to have things a bit more blended in. For the eyebrows, I typically like to add a bit of texture, although you don't need to. It's just some personal preference. So at this point, it's looking not too bad, it's getting there. So this is before, after. And for the eyes, typically I will layer on highlight towards the bottom, like here. Oh god, nope. He's a nope. So basically I have layer on a bunch of little scribbly details inside the eyes. Although I have to say that sometimes it'll look good, sometimes it won't, so you have to take a look every now and then, make sure it's not looking too weird. And also I just, you know, like maybe it's a bit too intense, so I just reduce the opacity. Okay, let's rotate now. Gotta be a bit critical. I'm going to add a bit more highlight. Let's go ahead and work this a bit more, make her face a little longer so that it's not too squished. Maybe, you know, maybe like make her face a little bigger too. So when it comes to anime, I always try to keep in mind I cannot make the head too small. Usually it's a lot bigger than my usual style, so gotta keep that in mind. I think this is a good oh gosh, I totally forgot to do steps, but it's a good progress of the face. Let's go up now. So here you have it, that's the face. Now for the hair. So the hair I've been working on as well, like I've been trying to figure out an efficient way of doing the hair, and I believe that I found a way. There's a couple of things that we could do for the hair, for anime hair, which is I find a lot harder than semi-realism hair, because you have to, you know, make it sectioned off, but it has to look right, it has to look 3D, it has to be separated so you can't hide any details. Like, at least for me anyways, I like to make sure it's rendered out. So basically what I figured is, let's take this part for example. So I'm gonna go ahead, select this part of the hair. It's gonna have a highlight, it's gonna have shadow, and then invert, and then it has shadow again. Kind of like that, as you can see. That's basically how I do the hair. So using that method for most of the hair, although of course you have to you know, apply that technique to how you want to style the hair. So get a bit of highlight going here, and you have another separation where there's this hair that's overlapping, so we're gonna go ahead, add the shadow to that side. I mean, not the shadow, the highlight up, shadow on the bottom. And then you can add a bit of rim light on the bottom here. And then of course the shadow of this hair batch. So we're pretty much painting each hair batch as if it's a different object, and each one of them has a drop down shadow on whatever they're on, which usually is just the other parts of the hair. So that's pretty much how I've been treating the hair. But yeah, just looking back and forth. Looking back and forth at the official character design. So this is how I make sure it's not looking weird. I mean, make sure that it is as accurate as I can get it without compromising my style. As close as I can get to the actual character model without compromising my style. That's a better way to put it. I'm gonna add a bit of background color to help soften the hair, so I'll get a bit of blue. So basically, first pass of the hair, I'm gonna be doing that throughout, get it nice and rendered. And then of course afterwards I can either add more detail, change the lighting, stuff like that. Also try to kind of erase a bit of it so that the eyes will show through. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Erase some of these areas. It's time to refine. Go ahead and add a bit of highlight here. There we go. So this whole part is different part of the hair. I'm going to go ahead and make it add a bit of shadow to the outer edge of that, and then onto the other side as well, shadow, and then I'm gonna get the rim light in the shadow. And okay, so it's actually like this. This hair is going to kind of overlap onto the side here. Invert. Gonna add the shadow there. Okay, somewhat like that. I think this is basically how the hair looks. Okay, now that I have the basic done, I'm going to actually let's remove the bow for now. Oh, hold on, actually rework the front hair a bit. This part actually needs to be a little bit shorter. Can't go all the way up. So you have the front bang, and then the upper part of the hair. just observing, trying to make sure that the hairstyle is as accurate as it can be. Okay, it's more like this. It's curved like that. Kind of like that. It contours the face, like so. Go back to the face layer. I'm going to add a bit of shadow. Let's go ahead and make it a little bigger. I mean, make the head a little bigger. Okay. Yeah, I think that's more like it. Just going to make the canvas slightly bigger so that I can paint on her bow a bit more. Actually, I'm gonna have the bow part of the head layer. Let's go ahead and do the little bow. That's her iconic look, actually. It's actually a little closer than that, so bring the bow a little closer. Okay, now just gonna do a quick highlight for the bow. Okay, now gonna work on the hair in the back a bit. Pretty much we're gonna be doing the silhouette first and then adding the shadow second. So once I feel like I have the silhouette down, then I will start adding more detail. So first she's got a cowlick like this. Just have to make sure that I get her hairstyle right. Maybe make it a little dynamic. Add a bit of it swinging this way. And then a bit of it like that. All done. Okay, I think this shape looks better. Have a bit of the hair there on the bottom. Okay, I think this is pretty close to how it kind of looks. Flip it a bit. Go back to the sleeve now. Oh man, I started this tutorial hoping to do more painterly style, and then it ends up being a bit more rendered, so I guess I will have to give up on that goal for now. I'm actually gonna put the sleeve on the bottom so I can play around with it. Actually, maybe make it this way. Just trying to see which direction will look better. Actually, I'm thinking for this one, her hand will probably go up. Ah, yeah, I think that looks a little better. To have her arm go up for that side. And then this sleeve could be behind. She's got gloves, so let me go ahead. Hand here. Just going on ahead and adding the basic shadow. Okay. Then I'm gonna see if it would look good if I kind of rotate it a bit. Now that I have, or maybe rotate it this way. Now that I kind of have it refined-ish, I'm gonna do a bit of development off camera, and I will bring you guys back and explain what I did. Alright guys, we're back. So I'm gonna take you guys through what changes I did. So I went ahead and kind of tried to just complete the whole concept so that I can work on it and I can show you guys how I'm gonna work on it. So what I did was I worked on the hair and I figured out, okay, this is what I want the base shape to be. I'm gonna render it out, and as well as for the background. So the background, before it was just a simple color background. Then I was playing around with a few options, a few photo stock options to perhaps try to make the background a little more dynamic. So this is what I came up with. It's pretty much a bunch of photo collages essentially. So first, kind of went and got a background, a sky background. I edited the color. As you can see, still got the watermark and everything. Probably gonna get the high res later, but for now I just use the sample images just to make sure, okay, this is the stock image I'm gonna be working with at the end, because oftentimes I do get indecisive and then I switch the stock photos sometimes, and I decided it's best to just use samples until I'm sure I want that image. But other than that, I also took this stock image, which I left the barcode here so that I can look for it after and get the high res. This is what I had. It's from one single image, and then I pretty much duplicated this, made it brighter here, and then I copied it, flipped it, put it on this side to create a framing with the foliage, because I thought, hey, I think the character looked better framed this way. Oftentimes I do try to frame the characters in such a way. And another, oh, hold on, this is another flipped image. Just gonna erase that. And then I added lighten layer. On normal it looks like this. It's just kind of a airbrushed mess, just trying to get some sort of atmospheric effect going. I oftentimes use airbrush for that, and a bit of setting with these two brightness contrast edits, which you can play around with all these edits actually. I like using the brightness contrast to just bring some more intensity and contrast into the background sometimes. And then this layer is supposed to be kind of like clouds, but it looks quite messy. I might have to redo this as well. And then last but not least, some leaves, pretty much. Just trying to fill in some of the empty spaces, or just try to add a bit of particle effect, so I added the leaves. I think they look pretty good as just to fill the void and stuff. And as for the character, worked on the face a little. As you can see, I haven't merged anything down so I can show you guys what I did. So first, added a bit of lighting to her hair, which I will have to refine later because right now it's very messy. So first, and then for the face, darkened it, added some shadow, softened it, added some highlight towards the bottom, and then last but not least, I added back this highlight right here over everything, and then I put the brightness contrast filter on it again to make her face a little bit more intense, the contrast. So this is before, after. After is just a little bit more vibrant. I think I need to remove a bit of the shadow here. So that is what I did. Now I will merge down. And worked on the hand over here a bit. As you can see, I was going for more of a softer rendering look, so I mostly work with airbrush. A lot of this is airbrush, as you can see, very like muddy, you know. What else did I do? Yes, the hair. Now let me find. So the hair, I played around with the shape. And of course I added this batch of hair right here that is, I wanted to overlap her a bit just to bring some more dynamic details into this piece. And as well as the arm. I don't know if I did this on camera, but I did cut this arm and kind of just put it on its own layer and then made it in front of the head layer so that, you know, the head layer would be underneath it. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I did. Also probably played around with the composition a bit too, but I don't recall too much of how I did that, but this is the result. Not too much have changed for the character, just some minor detail. I think mostly I worked on the background and that took a while, but yeah, this is where I'm at, and let's continue. So let's go ahead and continue. I'm going to try to kind of finish the hair and then have the new layer merge down. So I'm gonna use my trusty lasso tool because it is the best tool in Photoshop for me anyways. It is just so useful. You can, you know, paint and not have to worry about painting outside of the lines. I'm going to invert and add the shadow underneath this batch of hair. Just going to render it a little better. So I'm thinking of how to clump the hair. Add a bit of rim light on this clump. And each clump needs shadow, drop down shadow, after, is what I observed looking at, you know, anime figures. It's always like this. So I try to bring a bit of that into how I render hair. Now it's looking a little cleaner. For this part, I think I will just softly render that out. So for here, I'm gonna do the same again at the drop down shadow. Here too, let's test it out. Add a bit of drop down shadow. yeah, sometimes it can be overdone, so I have to watch out for that if that happens. Gonna go ahead, select that area, add a bit more lighting there. Just trying to make sure that makes sense. Okay, so this part, the highlight actually probably needs to be a little brighter because it was looking a little dark compared to this side. So just evening it out. Now for the top bit, I'm just gonna bring some of that highlight down to this batch of hair as well, because just for consistency's sake, I want all the hair everywhere to have a consistent shadow. So if that side is brighter, I gotta follow through on the other side and make sure that the other side is also similar in terms of shading. So yeah, just picking up the color that I've already got and using it as where I can basically as well. So the lasso tool is just helping me make sure everything is nice and locked down, clean looking, not too airbrush, because I'm mostly using airbrush right now, and just to counter that airbrush look, gotta use something to restrict some of those areas. So as you can see, it's looking nice and blended. Now onto this side, so I'm gonna go ahead, select this. It's gonna have a drop down shadow as always. Invert, and then this part needs to have a bit of shadow as well, and we got the rim light on that side, so there we go, it's nice. And we got the shadow, rim light, and then shadow, the drop down shadow of the hair patch. Keep working on it. Okay, I'm just looking back and forth. I think could probably use some more highlight here too, actually, and maybe even bring it down a bit more so that it feels, you know, the hair tucked in this way feels a bit more, you can feel that a bit more. Trying to find the right words for that. There we go. I mean, it's alright. Okay. Let's see. Let's go here. I'm just going to add a tiny bit of highlight. And gradually I'm going to let that in. I think I'm going to add a tiny bit of it here too, actually. Bring that highlight to this hair strand. And then after that, I'm going to refine the hair around her face. Don't forget this little cowlick. Just render that out. Gonna go ahead, select the side real quick, add a bit of highlight there. And here, just gonna blend that in a bit. Okay, so not yet. I was gonna merge down, but still got this little top of the head to work on. Just gonna add a bit of that as a highlight. Just blend that in. That's about it. So this is where the hairline's gonna be. So use the lasso tool, isolate the hairline. I'm just gonna use the airbrush for this phase. This is where the hairline is. Delete. And highlight here, shadow here. So you have the hairline, so you can see a bit more clearly here. And I guess I can add a bit of hairline texture if I want. It's not too necessary, I don't think, but it's a nice add-on. Then I'm gonna go ahead, blend, kind of just try to blend the rest of this area, or clean it up because didn't really add too much detail here for me to be working on it, but I will refine this area a bit more. Okay, just looking back and forth at the actual art. I think that's pretty much it for the hair in terms of styling it and stuff. Base of the hair. I feel like I could probably add some more details later on if I wanted to, but for now it's a good base for the hair. Onto the head, so just gonna try to have it cleaned up a bit. As you can see, there are some areas to be touched up, not too much. Perhaps gonna change the head shape a bit. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna make another layer, constrain it down so that I can add this shadow around the face. Just surrounding the hair, under the hair with shadow. I want the lips to be a bit darker. To make the lips a bit more prominent with more shadow. Adding a bit of highlight on the bottom lip. Before, after. Let me reduce the shadow a bit. Let's not make it super intense. Okay. Onto the sleeve. Actually, let's work on the sleeve a bit. Pretty much have a good base going. Now we're just going to refine it. So I will be cleaning it up while I render it. Cleaning up is basically using the lasso tool to help me clean up the silhouette of the sleeve in combination to refining it at the same time, which I will be doing that ASAP as soon as I would clean the outer silhouette. There. I think the outer silhouette is fairly clean now. Let's zoom in. Actually, it's already 100%. Okay, I was gonna say let's zoom in, but it's already at 100, so okay. Let's go ahead and start blending it in. So there's a couple things that I can do. I can use the airbrush and blend manually using it. I can also use the smudge tool. We love our smudge tool. It is one of the best tools on Photoshop, I would say. So for the smudge tool, in order for it to have a nice blending effect, you're gonna have to go to strength, make sure it's from 1 to 2%. Ideally, that's where I prefer it. And then in the brush setting, make sure scatter is on. This is my setting. So once you have those two options checked, this is the effect it does, which is a nice, blurring effect, kind of blends stuff in quite easily. Now you can't not use this too much, because if you use it too much, it's gonna end up looking a little airbrushed. So this tool, I prefer to use it for the purposes of blending once I have the piece rendered. It's just a little messy with brush strokes. I use this tool to kind of blur it a little bit, smudge it a little bit, blend it in a bit. I think that is the ideal usage for the smudge tool in this case. It's pretty much the same thing as the airbrush, except you don't need to be painting, you just need to smudge around and stuff. So whichever you prefer, try it out, and hopefully you will find one of those options will be the right fit for you, and hopefully it works. It works best if your tablet has good pressure, which Wacom tablet usually has pretty good pressure for the mid-range tablets. The more affordable tablets usually do not have very good pressure. So I'm talking about the Bamboo series. I'm not even sure if they still have that, but that's one of their more affordable series, and it does not have good pressure. But Wacom Intraros has pretty good pressure. Haven't really bought any Wacom product because I've been using my Cintiq for the past, for pretty much since I started Patreon, 6 years or 7 years, 6 years. So this tablet I've been using for 7 years, which is the Wacom Cintiq 21UX. It's a older model. It's a very old model from back in the days. Now they have a newer model. But yeah, I do like the Cintiq series. It's pretty good. I prefer it. For some of you, I think some artists prefer to be prefer tablet better. I find the tablet with the screen a little better, so it's personal preference. But yeah, as you can see, just blending it in. Kind of a little too soft for my liking for some of these areas, so going in, add some more defined detail. Not too sure what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to add a bit more detail or wrinkle in that sleeve. Okay, maybe I should stop. Okay. And as for the gold trim, I'm going to clean up the trim shape here. Have it cleaned up. This is the base tone that I'm going to use. So this is neither the highlight tone or the shadow tone. Let's try to get it cleaned up first. The blending here to be a bit more smooth, so blending in the blue softly into the clothing. I'm gonna select that patch of fabric, render it out. I noticed it was a little messy around there. Making sure, looking back at the small preview, making sure it's still good. Now I'm going to go ahead, take this color right here and use it as the shadow color for the golden trim. Basically shading it up a bit, mostly towards the center, or at least making sure that it doesn't cover the whole area of what I just did for the shape of the golden trim. So ideally I'm gonna kind of leave a little bit of the highlight still visible on one side like that. So it's kind of like creating a rim light already. There. After I do that, onto the highlight. So using a much brighter color and just adding a bit of highlight in certain areas, focusing on the area with some major like how do you say that, you know, like drastic changing direction, I guess. Kind of trying to best way to describe it. But yeah, this is how I usually do golden trims. Maybe add a little contrast here and there, add a little bit of shadow here and there, squeezing the highlights. I always color squeezing the highlights because I'm literally squeezing the highlight within two shadow parts. Add a bit there. So now it's very shiny. I think that will do. Nicely. Going back with the lasso tool, rendering out the rest of this area. Mostly gonna be pretty bright because that's basically where the what's it called? The fabric is kind of tilting towards the light, at least in my eyes. Okay, let's copy, paste. I'm gonna make that part bright. Actually, not too fond of it. I'm going to make it a bit more blue. Let's lower the opacity. Let's erase bits of it. Okay, I guess that will do. Oh boy. Has anybody been having allergies this winter season? Oh man. I've been like sniffling the whole time and I've been stopping the recording and stuff. But yeah, winter times. The air is really dry here in Canada, so I get allergic easily. Just correcting the shape a little on the sleeve. Okay, I think this part is looking pretty cleaned up. Probably work on this a bit. And the arm. Good thing I'm literally hiding the arm. Well, one of the arms. I think I get comments like, "Oh, I see what you did there. You're hiding the arm, so you don't have to paint it, because you know, arms are usually like the enemy of the artist. At least for me, I'm not a big fan of painting hands actually. Yes, hands and feet. Not my strongest suit. I always have to use reference for those, because I always want to get them right if I do paint them. So I gotta use it. Otherwise, it's gonna look. I can tell it looks awkward. Clean that up. There. Okay. Now back to down here. Oh man, I started off this tutorial being like, okay, I'm gonna go for a painterly style, and then I end up refining everything, and now it does not look too painterly. Oh well, I tried. I did not try hard enough. I just only tried. Just going about refining that area. This part is a little messy, but it's not too bad, so I'm just going to do a little bit. Let's go for, actually, hold on. Let's do this. That whole part in shadow. Add a bit of rim light. Around that area. There. Okay. Now, this arm is more rendered. Moving on to this arm right here. For the other arm, I'm going to flip the image. Let's zoom in. Oh god, my nose is so stuffy. Okay, first things first. Sorry if my voice sounds a little nasally. I am definitely suffering with a bit of allergy right now. Okay. Clean the silhouette up. I was actually trying to sort of almost blend the arm in a bit with the background. Actually, I might need to. Okay, this is where it is. I'm gonna have to remove this part of the background so that it's not muddying the silhouette of the arm. Let me just go ahead and just get the shape of this part ready and blend that out. Okay. blended. Next is the golden trim. Actually a little thinner, so I'll just reduce the size. Paint back the golden trim a little bit. And then onward towards the sleeve now. Let's get the shadow going. Just going to render out this area a bit more. Don't think it needs too much. Okay. Oh, hold on. Just going to lock down the layer. Just gonna bring some of that highlight like that. Actually gonna have the highlight a little bit towards the bottom. Bit like this. I think that should do it. Actually, let me try see here. I'm gonna try copy paste, make that part a little brighter. See how that looks. You know what? I like it. I'm gonna keep this part a bit brighter. Now for the arm part. Don't know if I should make the hand like really tiny or not. I remember that was one of my issues. Trying to keep the hand size consistent was one of my issues back then. I remember people were like, oh, hey, you drew 6 fingers. I did that a couple of times, you know. Let me go ahead and we're pretty much gonna do what we did and try to make sure the silhouette is good, and then we're gonna go in to do the whole rendering aspect of it. Just going to warp the fingers a bit. Maybe this finger. Put it here. Okay. I'm gonna lock down the silhouette. And after, I'm going to line it a bit. Just lining how I'm gonna have the fingers behave like. This is where the thumb is. Add a bit of highlight on the side. Oh god, the hair is really covering the hand, isn't it? See what I can do about it. least it won't look as weird as it did before. Take this whole glove, gonna make it a little bigger. Yeah, my messy hands. Messy glove hands. So I'm just going to continue to try at least to clean up. And add a bit of texture to the glove. Add a bit of seam to the glove just for that additional detail. You know, sometimes I can hide a lot in small detail, like I can hide an anatomical mistake, anatomical mistakes, yeah. You can hide quite a bit. I look back at some of my old pieces and I can clearly see, you know, there's some issues with the anatomy. It's weird that I go back looking at some of the older pieces, I can spot the mistakes, but back then while I was working on it, I couldn't see it. That means progress. That means progress. But sometimes I can see, oh, okay, I see what I did there. I hid that mistake in the details. So instead of looking at the awkwardness, you're looking at the details. Hopefully this is not the case for this. But yeah. Okay. It's not the best arm. It's not the best arm, it's not the worst, I suppose. Let me go ahead and add some more highlight around the arm. Oh, maybe not that bright, just a little bit. A little better. This hair really is hiding the hand quite a bit. I mean, I think her hand is a bit too small still. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna cut this whole part, put the hand up in the back of the sleeve, make it a little bigger, make the hand like put a little bit here so that we can see the fingers, kind of rotate it. I rotate it so that I can kind of work on it from a different viewpoint. Let's go ahead and clean up the fingers. So remember to count your fingers, because otherwise you're gonna end up with either 6 or 4 fingers. I need one more finger in here. Okay, let's do this actually. Cut that, bring it here, and now we're gonna have another finger right here. Now I won't fall into that trap of having 4 fingers. Merge down. Clean up the finger silhouette. trying to figure out how I'm going to, where I'm gonna put this hand. Let's see. Don't worry about me, just testing stuff out. Let's see, maybe I warp the sleeve a bit too. Might warp it a little bit. This way. So that the sleeve can kind of follow along the path of the arm a bit more. That's my thought process for that. Okay, going back to the hand layer. Back to the sleeve layer. Darken that up. There. That should do it. I'm just gonna go ahead. On the inner part of the golden trim, add a little shadow on the inner areas, you know. Not filling out the whole bottom area, leaving a little bit of that highlight poking through so it looks like rim light. I think this is the ideal positioning for the hand, at least for now. Oh, phew, there we have it, finally done. Before, after. Now, time for the hair. Gonna remove, actually, let's work on this part first. For the hair, since I've already got a bit of light source, like what type of color is being used for the highlight shadow, I'm just gonna use that. And gonna render out the hair over here first. So this part is where I had the idea where her hair is kind of flowing nicely. Let's go ahead and add the highlight and then the shadow. Go up here, just gonna grab a color I've already got, bring it down here. Same for this area. And just kind of trying to render it so that the movement of the hair matches what I'm trying to go for. So right now I'm in the phase of trying to see what is the best motion for the hair, and kind of rendering it out at the same time, just following what I had previously. there's a bit of, what's it called, more flowy hair. Look here. Needs a bit of shadow. Okay. Still needs work. Still not. Don't think I got the point across here yet. I think what I need to do is play around with it a bit more. So I'm gonna go ahead and start warping it a bit and see if I can get to a point where I can say, okay, that's it. Let's go ahead actually also make it darker. And create another layer down here. I'm gonna go ahead and create another layer of hair in the back, this time with a bright color. So if I do that, then we're getting a nice variety of look here. It creates an effect where, you know, it's like the lighting is hitting the hair and you can see that rim light of the hair. But of course I need to kind of make sure I get it right. Let me lock that down real quick. Using airbrush, I'm pretty much airbrushing the center of the hair strand. Let's go ahead, brightness, contrast. Oh, wow, okay. That's bright. Okay, maybe. So, this is the effect I'm going for, although I think I need to work on it a bit. Maybe this one can go here. Okay, let's go back to the hair layer. Take a bit of that rim light color. I'm going to start rendering the hair using that rim light color a bit. See, hopefully this does something, I don't know. Oftentimes just me going at it kind of blind. I kind of know what I want, but I don't know how to achieve it, so I try a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Get a bit more rim light. I don't like how this one. This part needs more work. Let me go ahead and add another hair strand here. Add the highlight. definitely a lot more render, but okay, I'm gonna merge everything down so I can work on it a bit more. Actually, no. No merge down. No merge down. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna play around with this. Nope. Okay. Let's bring this up a bit. Maybe I can do it like this. Fling it up. Have the hair flung up a bit more. Let's go ahead, do another. Oh, do another hair batch down here. Okay, now that I did that, let me try. Going to try again by adding more light at the tip here. Let me flip it. It's missing, hold on, let me select this color here, the light color. It's missing a bit of more highlight, bigger highlight, not small ones, I think. Hold on, let's delete that. Let me try to see if that's what it is. Add some more highlight. Maybe like that. Not sure. Don't mind me. I'm like deep in thought right now. I'm trying to figure. Okay, what looks right? It's looking a little messy. Maybe if I remove. Okay, let's work on it like this first. Actually, this is not too bad. Oh. Ooh, that's not bad at all. Okay. Maybe find the tip. And just kind of cleaning stuff up. Fairly cleaned up. Let's pop the other layer on. Also clean up the other layer while I'm at it. Okay, let's go with this. Onto this side. Hopefully not as difficult to do as the other side. This side is gonna have a lot of blue rim light actually. And to remove that for now, I'm gonna go ahead and start by adding in the blue highlight and kind of just separating the hair clumps. Alright guys, no lie, I've been working on the hair on this side for a bit. It's been a little difficult. But yeah, I was trying to figure out a flow for this hair and then take you guys back. I mean, get you guys back and refine in front of you, but it's taking a while. I'm actually curious if I copy the hair on this side and bring it over this side, how would it look? How would it look? I mean, I definitely like the flow. Needs to be darker. Whoa, look at that. That's pretty cool actually. It makes the hair super intense looking, like it's got a lot of details. I probably should have done that a lot sooner. But that is one of the positives, I suppose, to working on this digitally, because they can just copy one side, paste it on the other side, and bam, change the color a little, and then bam. It's looking better actually. I actually like this. Maybe work on the back a little, refine it a bit, but the back now don't need to be too detailed, but I still need to clean it up a bit. Sorry, if you guys hear clicks, that's my mouse clicking. I'm trying to pause the recording because I gotta sneeze and stuff. Okay, let me I'm going to actually no, let's keep it like that. Trying to work out the shape of this batch of hair. Okay, let's take a bit of the highlight. I'm just going to add the highlight in at the very end there. Not bad, not bad. Let me fix that part. I'm gonna add a bit more thickness to it actually. There. Okay, so I'm kind of liking how the hair is flowing on this side actually. I'm glad it worked out. Sometimes, you know, I can do the same step, duplicate, paste on the other side, and it would not look good. So thankfully, I actually prefer the direction that it gave, well, how it looks on the side. So I'm happy about it. I would also do that for clothing elements as well. Like sometimes working on a clothing element that is very detailed, I copy paste designs everywhere, you know, edit it, make it fit that part. It's a way to save time and also still have that level of detail there. So yeah, this is pretty much similar to that. Let's add this. I'm not even sure if I need this part anymore. Maybe I can add it in a little bit, like here or something. Just to have some sort of overlap. Yeah, I think I will do that. Actually, hold up. Before I do this, I'm just going to create a group for hair. See how I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to use as little layer as I can, and then this happens. Well, let me just going onto airbrush mode. I'm just going to render out to one of the hair strands a bit more, add a little blue at the end there. And shadow. Okay, let's go back to the main layer now. Supposed to work on the bottom here. So the bottom, you know what? Do the same thing. Just going to, oh, hold on, maybe needs to be warped a bit to fit what is going on here. Delete. Nope. Let me try to look. Okay, maybe this portion will fit a little better. Yeah, kind of like this. And make it a little darker. There. I think that fits better. Now back to the overlap. Hair. So this is the one we're gonna work on. Right now it's a little messy. Clean it up a bit. I'm just gonna try to hold on. I will be right back. I'm back. I had to stop the recording so it didn't corrupt. Now just trying to figure out where to place this batch of hair. Get a bit of that highlight going. Let's see. Add the highlight on this side. So I'm just rendering out the hair a bit, just to get it to look like, okay, this is where the hair is twisting towards, this is how it's looking like. And then I will kind of warp it. Okay. Oh, okay, that's not too bad actually. Yeah, I think that's kind of the right turn that I'm looking for in the hair. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, now that I'm happy with how it's looking, time to kind of, you know, blend it in and make sure that it looks like it's part of the hair. Going to go ahead and start refining. I'm gonna go ahead and start by rendering out the batches. Airbrush activate. Airbrush activate so that I can blend. Lock that down. gonna select some of the color that's already there and blend that in, add a bit of shadow there. So it doesn't look like one big chunk of hair. Gotta sort of separate that bit. Go down here, blend, blend, blend. Blend that in. And extend the silhouette here a bit. Just cleaning up the silhouette essentially. Do the same here. Using the I think I'm using, let me see what I'm using. This is the setting. It's a solid round brush with a bit of softness to it. Let's add a bit of highlight here. Bring it up. I'm twisting the highlight all the way up here to overlap this strand. It just adds a bit of a variety. Now for the bottom batch of hair, it will be quite similar. I'm just going to blend, blend, blend. Clean up the shape while I'm at it. Add a bit of shadow and highlight. Let's add a third shadow. And one here. Just gonna keep the shadow highlight the same direction, just refining it a bit more using the lasso tool and smaller brush. There. Oh, hold on. Okay, now it's a little cleaner. I'm gonna merge down to my, oh, hold on. There. Hair layer. And then I'm going to properly add a bit more highlight to some of these areas. Copy, paste. Hue, saturation, brightness. Oh, hold on. Maybe not that. Maybe like that. Merge down. Once I do this, I'm going to go ahead and render it out a bit. Just to make it clear. Just to make it clear, like, I'm trying to achieve some sort of, have some sort of lighting kind of from this light source be on the hair a bit. But I think I need to, hold on, I need to edit this a bit. This is the highlight. Let me make it a little brighter. needs to be brighter so that it will stand out a bit more. Let me rotate. It's getting there. Let me try to kind of extend this highlight a bit, see how that looks. Let's add a bit of rim light. Add some more rim light down here. Okay. Add a bit of shadow. Just emphasize, try to emphasize that shadow. Let's get that highlight in. Let me try to blend it in a bit more, or lighten the shadow towards the front. Maybe that's okay. It's not too bad. Add a bit of rim light on the back here, back of the strand, and then the highlight here. Okay, that's not too bad. So this is what that looks like. Make it a bit more intense. Cause you know, I'm trying to go for that anime look. Trying to get that colorfulness. Maybe just a little more subtle. No, wait, hold on. Okay, let's go with this. That's not too bad. And this hair will need to have some drop down shadow too, but I'm gonna be working on that on this layer, on the body layer. For now it's gonna be like this. So onto the body, I'm gonna go ahead and add some implied shadow from the hair onto the body because it's looking a little flat. I mean, the highlight itself is looking a little, you know, straight, and it's kind of boring that way, so I just want to make it a little more dynamic with some creative shadows here and there. Just gonna have some implied shadow from the hair. Trying to keep it organic. I might have to erase some of these areas actually. Just have it in a bit of the areas. I'm gonna go here. It's a bit too bright for my liking. Needs to be a little darker. I think especially when the hair is quite dark, it makes this whole area a little darker, so I need to make sure that the skin also has a bit more shadow there, so it's not like too abrupt with this type of contrast. I think maybe that might be a bit too much contrast. Sometimes it works, sometimes, you know, sometimes I think it looks, sometimes I don't, so depends on the mood, I suppose. But I think it will look a little better with less highlight, so I darken the outer rim here. Now time for the hair shadow. I'm just going to manually paint that on. Let's add a bit of shadow around here. Add a bit of shadow here. There. What else? I think that's pretty much it for now. Alright, time to gonna work on her leg detail now. She's got some nice detail going on her boots. So let me find a good image. Okay, here we go. I'm going to merge down. Actually, should I merge down? Create another layer. And just going on ahead to line her boots with golden trim detail. So that's how that looks. It's kind of can't really tell what's going on too much, but let's go ahead and line it as best as we can. Then this side, once I line it, I'm gonna fill it in with a base color. So it's gonna be a pretty big gold design, so let's go with a more yellowish tone. Yeah, that looks about right. And then I'm gonna use the lasso tool once again. I'm going to use it to help me line the gold trim with shadow first. So shadow, darken, and then let's go ahead and do the highlight now. So for the highlight, I'm doing the same idea, just selecting areas where I think could use a little bit more highlight. Now I'm selecting some of the inside of the shadow. That's also fine. What that'll do is just create a nice rim light, hopefully, in theory. So let me brighten. So as you can see, it's nice. Oh well, it's rendered out a little bit more. And I can keep going. Let me go ahead, select another area. So this time it will be shadow, and I'm going to select tiny pieces, very small pieces, and make it really dark. Ooh, I think this could be a new way of doing things. So that just makes the material rendering a little shinier because of the contrast. In a very small area, it creates a nice shine. So after I finish that, I can go back in and rendering it out manually a bit, or you could just leave it. And just going back here, render it out a bit. I think it will be a little cleaner if I can add that extra detail in, meaning the just rendering it a bit more. Although I think it's looking pretty good as it is. Can just do a bit more work. Okay, I think that's good on this side. Now onto this side. think this is the first time I've ever done it like this too. I mean, I should have done this a lot sooner. I think I might use this way in the future to use the lasso tool to render out like metallic text, metallic objects. Let's go ahead, line it with shadow a bit. Unlock. There. Oh, hold on, nope. There. There. Okay, it's not too bad. Let me see how it would look if it was a little brighter. Trying to get that anime brightness. Let me lock down. Now I have to start also rendering out the rest of the leg. It is kind of rendered, but now it needs more rendering because of the golden trim. Gotta go in here, add a bit of shadow where the gold trim is. It just implies, it makes the trim look a little bit more integrated, I guess you could say. Delete. Let's go ahead, clean the boot up a bit. Let's see, lock it down. Let me see, add a bit of highlight here. That's good. Lock it down. Now onto the boot. Also gonna add that shadow. Drop down shadow of the trim onto the white fabric here, or white boot material. Trying to make it look grounded and all. Actually, this part probably needs to be a little darker. I go here, select that. Let me go ahead and add a bit of shadow actually. For the gold trim, I think I also need to darken it up a bit, since that side is shaded and everything. Here too, actually. Let me go ahead and add highlight where it needs to be. Add a tiny, let me add a tiny bit of light here. Okay, there. Okay, now on this side, Gotta refine it a bit. Let me flip it. Also, this side needs a buckle too, so I will also be doing that. I'm just going to clean this up a bit. Add a little indent here. I'm going to kind of do some small brush strokes here, try to blend it in. Blend. You can also use the airbrush actually, or the smudge tool, but I'm not sure if a smooth look is what I want. Let me try. It's alright. Actually, this whole part needs to be duplicated. I could see a bit of the background, so it's not opaque enough, so I duplicated the layer a few times. Let me go ahead and clean this up. Line the leg, the bottom of the leg, so that we can clearly see the silhouette. Now that that's done, I'm going to actually select a portion of the white stocking, copy paste, and make the color darker. Actually, let me go to hue saturation, make it darker, a bit more brown. That's gonna be the buckle. Lock down the layer, add a bit of thickness here. Zoom in and add the buckle. Let's add it here. There. Then add the shadow. And then highlight. And since I already have the color here, I can just eyedrop, pick up the color and plop it in. There. Just trying to make it as fast and efficient as possible when it comes to rendering buckles. Get a bit of volume here. Of course, you can add some additional detail, use a bit of that blue background color, use it as a highlight maybe. Gonna add some more thickness detail. There. Let me see on the small preview. Okay, it's not too bad. After that, create another layer on the bottom and add shadow. So the buckle is now done. I can maybe add some additional details if I want to. Same with the boot. I can, oh, hold on, for the gold trim. For the gold trim, this part, oh, hold on, this part is supposed to be in shadow. Maybe just a bit of highlighting some of these areas, but mostly in shadow. Trim and then line the boot. This is the seam of the fabric. Add some dimension to it. Maybe I can do like little stitches. Same for here, but this one probably gonna, you probably won't see it too much. There. Done. Then we can work on some other smaller details, like the bra actually. Actually not the bra. The hood here needs a bit more work, and also the bow as well. Alright guys, we're in our final stretch. So off camera, I laid out some of the details I wanna work on for this final phase. So I'm gonna refine this area, added some additional details kinda to look more like her outfit. Added this design. Couldn't really put it on this area, so you know what, throw it on the bikini bottom. So yeah, so let's get started. Let's work on this. This phase I'm gonna be working on refining the clothing. I'm gonna start off especially the hoodie area. Gonna go ahead and use the lasso tool. To help me paint and reshape. So get two folds for the hood here. Gonna clean this up, make it nice and even. Okay. And I'm going to be adding some amount of thickness here to this area. So just gonna line it with a shadow and then with highlight followed by shadow, just to create some sort of thickness, excuse me, for the clothing. And other than that, just kind of cleaning stuff up while I'm at it. The blue ink here. Contour it around. nothing too serious. And finally, I go ahead and refine the sleeve area. Gonna put a little seam here and add a bit of thickness to the fabric. At the same time, I'm just going to render out some of these details. Hold on. Okay. So work on the gold detailing for the lapel here. Use the lasso tool, help me isolate the shape I want to work on. Use the lasso tool to help me block in the areas I want to work on, and I can be confident that it's going to be clean that way. Just going to select that, paste, darken that area. Back to the gold detailing. Just gonna add a bit of shine, adding it to the highlighted bright area, creating a bit of contrast with the shadow, squeezing the highlight, making it shiny. On the bikini now, I'm just rendering out the bikini detail. It's got some lines. I lined it with a dark color, so now I'm lining it with a highlight to create a bit of scene, add some volume to it and all. Continue to work on the bikini. Trying to shade it up, add some shadow, drop down shadow from the bikini on the skin. Let's go ahead, line it again. Create a thickness to the fabric. Same for this side. Get the shadow seam and line the thickness of the fabric. Let me see. Trying to see how it would look if it was darker here instead of brighter. Let's add a tiny bit of beige color around here. And then just highlight now. Just gonna add a bit of rim light while I'm at it. Same for here. Blend in the highlight. Hopefully, I'm not sure if I'll keep it this way. Add shadow around the bikini here, trying to make the shape a bit more prominent. So I changed up the shading a bit. Let me zoom out. Some of that high shadow. Just gonna erase a bit of it. Okay. This part might be a bit too bright. Try things, sometimes it doesn't work out. Smoother. Let me see how I did the highlight here. I'm gonna do the same to the lapel. There. So that's done. I can go down to the motif and try to add a bit of shading to it just so it looks a bit more 3D. After I apply the shadow, go back in with a highlight color and go around, highlight some of the areas. I'm highlighting the upper area of some of the design. And then use a bit of blue now. And then use some black for more contrast. There. So now it just looks a little bit more intense. Oh yeah, and the bow, of course, the bow. Okay, so for the bow, I'm going to adjust it a bit. Let's go ahead and add some highlight here. And it has, okay, so for the bow, I think I'm going to cut the bow from the head layer and then put it on its own layer in the front. Because the bow is attached to a headband, so just cleaning it up, prepping it to be put on a headband. Select the headband shape. And then it has a little bow tie here. Let me just actually use a bit of the blue. Line it. Lock that in. I'm going to introduce a bit of the blue around the bow. Some of the areas, of course, not everywhere. Just in the area where it's mostly shadow. Actually the shadow is up on the upside, add a bit of blue, and then the highlight is on the bottom. There. So it looks a little better now. There's a bit of issue here in the back of the head. Need to make it a bit smoother. There. Back to the bow. After I did the base pretty much. Just going to intensify it slightly. And then put the gold trim detail in. There. New layer, constrain it down. Let's go ahead and pick that. Just gonna reuse that gold color and put it on her bow. And then of course add the details, the shading on the gold trim. Not super serious this time. Like that. Zoom in a bit. Just going to add some volume here. And do the same. Again, select that area, make it brighter. Just make it a little more intense. There we go. So now I think that looks more like her. And she's got goggles too, I totally forgot about that. Okay, hold on. Where's that goggle? Gonna take this. I'm too lazy, I'm just gonna use this. Take that goggle. Plop it down. Of course it cannot be used just like this. It has to be played around with, so I will most likely be using this part at the bottom. Just make it a little more thick on the bottom. Same with this side. So let's make it thick. So okay, that's should be okay. And after that, try to place it kind of as best as you can. Let me go ahead and clean this up. By the way, that image was what I was using to reference her outfit. Hold on. Just trying to make sure it kind of fits. I think this side. Actually, hold on. This side needs to be a bit more tilted. just gonna tilt it a bit more. Okay. And after that, let's go ahead. Add a bit of thickness on the bottom. Add a bit more thickness here. Now it's time to integrate this texture into your piece. But this is a good base to get started. So I'm gonna go ahead, select the lens. Let's go ahead, add a bit of shine to it. Same for here. Hold on. Add a bit of shine to the lens. Oh god, nope. Just remove that. Maybe I'll just have it like that. Paint a bit of... Okay, it's looking like pancake. Should be okay. Let me go ahead and shape it a bit more. Add some shadow. And then add shadow, add highlight so it's brighter. I'm just gonna keep working on it until, you know, it's looking right. Add some more shadow. After I add the shadow, I'm gonna use a bit of the red, paint it over the goggles, kind of blending it into the environment. I did a bit of work on this area real quick, and yes, let's try to get through the goggles. So, I mean, at this point, I feel like it's been kind of changed enough from the original state, because even if I do use a photo stock image, I would try to make sure that it doesn't look like what it used to be, just to avoid any trouble. But yeah, I think it's at a good state, although I do need to paint it a bit more. Just gonna select this part here and kind of paint it a bit so it's not so pixelated. And you can also kind of add some additional small details as well. That's another thing with using photo texture. Other than, you know, having a good base to work from, secondary is that it does have a bit of pixelation going on. You can kind of use that to your advantage. Kind of just scribble over it, add some additional detail, and usually it just adds that cool look to it. I think there's an X here. Sharpening up the goggles a bit. Just making it a little cleaner, but I think that should do it. Sorry, I had to sneeze real quick. Let's just gonna go ahead and put the strap there. It doesn't really need to be too detailed since it is it's a dark color and it's kind of hidden. Okay, I guess now just need to add a bit of shadow underneath the goggles. Let me go ahead and put that on multiply actually. There. I think I could probably do a better job, but we can roll with this for now. And there we have it. Probably gonna refine the background a bit more. But yeah, that's that for this voiceover. We're gonna spend a bit more time after this just to add some smaller details maybe, but that's pretty much it. Hope to see you guys again in the next voiceover. I guess the thing to keep in mind for this one is to try a few options first. Don't be afraid to experiment. And also on the hair, I think that's what the main thing of this tutorial that I showed you guys is how kind of to approach rendering the hair. Well, a more anime style hair. Realistic hair will probably have a bit more detail, more texture, hair texture detail. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one and have a great day. It's almost December, so I hope you guys have a good break and stay safe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day. Bye bye.